Bwana, busubirire. Mujye tuze.
Nekasubira wano.
No match the number what? 15 and 16. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Coming live from Florida Cricket Oval. It is still the East African Safari T20 Challenge. Business end of the tournament. Mt.Meru against Mt.Kilimanjaro. Let's see what happened at the toss.
We are into the knockouts of the East African Safari, and this is the qualifier one happening between Mt.Meru, the table toppers, and Mt.Kilimanjaro second on the log. The two captains are here with me. Eric Muksa, the captain for Mt.Meru, Robert Owili, the captain for Mt.Kilimanjaro, and the match umpire Elizabeth Nakibule, and here we are for the toss. Heads is the call, and heads is on top. We'll come through very quickly. You've won the toss. What will you be doing first and why?
We are batting first. According to the pitch, I think it favors batting most. And I think if we bat and set like 150 runs, I think we'll defend it.
When we come towards the end of the group stages, your team was losing so many games. What do you hope to improve going into this match?
I think their batting was poor. And I think today maybe we'll improve more on that.
All the best and go well.
Thank you.
Mukisa, if this particular toss had fallen into your hands, what will you have done first and why?
Yes, I think according to his decision, it has favored us because if I had won the toss, I would still bowl first. And I think according to the pitch, in my observation, I think bowling would be a better option because as time goes on, I think it will favor the bat after some time, and I think it's a good decision, and I think let's go and have fun and enjoy.
Any particular total that you wish to limit these Kilimanjaro batters to?
Yeah, I think a total below 120 will be a good score to come and fight and come and look for the runs as well.
All the best and go well.
Thank you.
And that is the news coming from the center. Mt.Kilimanjaro has won the toss and opted to bat first.
Ivan Cyprian Sajabi there with the teams. Ivan Cyprian Sajabi with the teams there. Team captains Robert Owidi and Mukisa. The two teams welcoming back some personnel after some national duties. The stage is set there for a very interesting counter. This is the first eliminator. The winner here will proceed directly to the finals, and the losers will have another opportunity as they will play the winner of the third and fourth playoff. My name is Solomon Luwamachigoza, and I will be taking you through this morning. The sun is out here in Kokonjeru. Pleasant weather, and for those from the northern hemisphere and other climes, it shines throughout the year. Starting off from the forest end, Mustafa Mutwalibi for Mt.Meru. Robert Owidi, returning captain for Mt.Kilimanjaro, comes top of the batting order there. Mt.Kilimanjaro has been on a horrid run of losing their last 4 encounters, but looking to make amends and make it to the final. The youngster Mustafa Mutwalibi starting there right on the money. Haddad Chiberu, the preferred partner to Robert Owidi. That ball is angling back into the legs of Robert, who is still tentative in his approach. The man with the muscles has 240s in this tournament, and most of the batting is upon his broad shoulders. Played well there to square leg and gets off the mark. All the preceding matches and weeks have been leading to these final 2 days, with the final set for Tuesday afternoon. A swing and a miss there from Mt.Meru, not wasting any time but trying to attack right from the first ball he has faced. Pristine playing conditions there. The oval having a haircut as well. Good day for cricket all around. Final ball of the over, and it will be a wicket. Chiberu non troubling the scorers. Mustafa Mutwali be there. Very good over. Picks up the first wicket, conceding only 1 run in the process. The playoffs are well and truly underway. Stuck in his crease there, half step from Mt.Meru, and going to play a drive instead of a defensive shot there. Right on the money from Mustafa Mutwalibi. And after 1 run, 1 over, I beg your pardon, it is 1 run, 1 wicket. It will be Eric Matovu to come from the highway end. Matovu being transformed into the premier attacking bowler for Mt.Meru. Used to come and bowl after the power play, strung with a life of out of innings, but now trusted with a new ball. A rising ball there. That ball finding some bounce. Surprising Robert Owiri. Eyes on the ball fully there. Ball to back of a length. Does well to keep it down, Robert Owiri. Tries to pull that one by the waiting hands of fine leg, and it will be another wicket falling for Mt.Kilimanjaro. In deep trouble right now. Sempala at fine leg, taking that wonderful catch. Ball to back of a length from Eric Matovu, and he will pick up the second wicket for Mt.Kilimanjaro. Trying to go for power there, Robert Owiri, but he will have to depart. That ball angling down the leg side, trying to use the pace and turning on it, but finding the man ready and waiting there. 1 run on the board, but 2 wickets down. And Owiri has some words with Collins Okwalinga. The veteran Collins Okwalinga ekibataasa nti balinayo geemu endala ekibataasa nti balinayo geemu endala bagenda yonna agobale aluzinga leero azanya ku makya ekya aluzinga ku makya aluzinga enaddamu n'azanya enkya ku makya abazanya bagenda awinawo abana abagenda okwezanya olw'eggulu nga bwe kiri mu IPL kati mwanguwe tubasange mu final tubakubi teekawo omutwalo teekawo guko nange nteekawo gwange anti nga abatulabyeko abeeranga maniu ku Greensby bye bye. Third ball of the over, Okwalinga versus Matovu. Tentative and trying to fend that ball through to the keeper. A tough opening spell here for Mt.Kilimanjaro. And like I said previously, have been on a bad run of results. Lost 4 consecutive matches, having won the preceding 6 matches. Fortunes haven't changed yet with the returning personnel. Swing and a miss there, but it will be a wide. That ball pins Okwalinga back in the crease, trying to play off his hips. And a very decent over. Still left with 2 balls to come. Slight breezes blowing across the oval. And the swing bowlers will much appreciate that. That ball has been angling in throughout from Eric Matovu. Brian, shot here with the Bigundi, Ebitambula, Ebigundi, Forest. Final ball of a very good over so far from Eric Matovu. Some power on display there from the man Collins Okwalinga. Was waiting for that one and pulls it over long on, and it will be the first boundary maximum of this innings. Half tracker there from Matovu. No protection whatsoever, but it wouldn't do much anyway. Going over the rope there is Collins Okwalinga, completing the second over there in the process. 8 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Peter Ochen facing his first ball since coming in. Starts off with a dot ball and a very offside centered field set to him. Galley point, cover point, covers and mid off the men on the offside. Galley right there in business. Third man and final leg the boundary riders to the bowling of Mustafa Mutwalibi. Batters have been finding it difficult to put Mustafa Mutwalibi away. Using his feet, Peter Chen to get to the pitch of that ball. Plays through that ball, angling on the leg side, and he will pick up boundary 6. What a way to get off the mark there. Fine leg was set so fine. That has been the spot he has chosen to bowl to. And it has proved to be an effective line so far for Mustafa Mutwalibi. The young man doing some good work there for Mt.Meru. Mt.Meru finishing the double round robin stage as table toppers with 12 points. I beg your pardon, 17 points. Misfield will bring another single to the total. Mt.Meru played 10, won 7, lost 3 with 14 points. I beg your pardon. And a net run rate of 0.386 in comparison to Mt.Kilimanjaro. Played 10, won 6, lost 4, 12 points. But with a higher net run rate of 0.489. The other protagonists will be Karisimbi and Wenzori, all who ended on 10 points. Matovu will look to continue, and after 3 it is 15 for 2. Slower ball there, right on the off stump. This tournament has been sponsored by Dafabet, the Tier 1 premier sponsors, together with Kingsley Children's Medical Center in Mukono. Finding the man is Peter Chen. A very tight offside so far. Will take good placement to find the gaps there. Quick single there to get off strike and stem the flow of dot balls. Okwalinga and Ochen right off with a rebuilding job. Trying to follow that wider line from Matovu. That should be one for the over. Good bouncer. Matovu seeing Okwalinga advance down the pitch. Balls that into the surface. Narrowly misses his head. A good contest there. That ball narrowly missing the stumps after that wide swipe from Collins Okwalinga. Ball 2, Matovu, and conceded 8, picked up 1 wicket so far. Very good stuff during this power play. After 4, it is 16 for 2, run rate of 4 per over. 2 quick wickets falling so far. Robert Owili and Chibelu Haddad. Mt.Meru missing the services of Brian Likavu, the former Kenyan under-19 international, but welcoming back the man with the ball and shirt number 7, Eric Mukisa, was away for those weeks playing in the high-performance tournament in Entebbe between the Uganda and Rwanda under-19 sides and the Uganda emerging side. Mukisa to replace Mutwalibi. That ball turning out there, starting off with a dot ball, is Mukisa. Comes right arm round, trying to create that angle, but that ball not turning. Trying to turn that ball from the leg across the body of the batter. Opportunity to catch. Well taken by Edgar Mudola, patrolling at mid-off. It will be another wicket down for Mt.Kilimanjaro. Peter Ochen tentative in his approach. Mudola raises the finger. Ochen will have to depart. It has not been a good power play so far for Mt.Kilimanjaro. Deep trouble so far. Projected score now being 80 runs. Not enough at this point of the tournament. Eric Mukisa bowling it across, and that is the desired effect to Mukisa. Instead of playing it on the onside, trying to go for the inside out there, Peter Ochen, and will perish. Good catch. Looked like it was going to fall at his feet, but he had judged it well. The tall and lanky Mukisa there, man able to extract some pace and bounce. Mudola completing the catch. A brief partnership of 14 runs between Okwalinga and Ochen. Augustine Mujuni makes his way to replace the departing Ochen. Scoreboard tebanakyusa na wickets paka kati. They will pick up 2 runs running to that wide delivery there. Not well picked up by Mohumuza Daniel, standing behind the stumps. Conrad Lubwama, the captain, also able to do that job, but at short covers at the moment. Subdued morning for Mt.Kilimanjaro so far. Very good ball there, playing back foot there, Okwalinga. Another one played on the back foot. Dot ball. A wicket and some wides in this over from Mukisa. Flighted ball, and that will be punished by Collins Okwalinga, going all the way into the forest near the nets. Make that the third maximum. Two of coming off the blade of Okwalinga. Very poor ball there. Flighted ball from Mukisa. Pulled well. It will be lost ball, and we might need a replacement ball right at the top of the innings. Colin Okwalinga finding his range. There have been 3 maximums so far in this as highlights. 2 by Collins Okwalinga and 1 by Peter Chen. But a look at the wickets that have fallen so far. Owili falling to caught by Sempala. And another catch there. Edgar Mudola dismissing Peter Chen, leaning into that shot. Mukisa continues for the final ball of the over, returning to right arm round over. And it will be another wicket. Playing off the back foot, Okwalinga inside the edge and is bowled. Trouble, trouble, trouble in the camp of Mount Kilimanjaro. All the big guns having a start. Not going on to play serious innings. Inside the edge there, trying to cut it instead of driving it. Angry with himself there, Collins Okwalinga. That ball turning in there from Eric Mukisa. We apologize for the graphics on your screen, but that is the scoreboard. 5 overs completed, 25 runs, 4 wickets there. And it will be Conrad Lubwama taking the ball for the final over of the power play. Brings back Edgar Mudola to mid off. Flighted ball there. We race up the hill, and that should be 4 runs. Starts off with a loosener there, Lubwama. Augustine Mujuni. And to add salt to injury, called a no ball there, height issues for Lubwama. And we'll have to bowl a free hit indicated by umpire Hope Tandeka there, standing with Nachibule Elizabeth. Another flighted ball there. Direct hit, and it will be left to the umpire to decide if the man had made his ground. Deemed safe so far. In the air there, but it falls safely to the man at square leg. Lubwama looking to continue the good work so far by Eric Mukisa, Mustafa Mutwalibi and Eric Matovu. Another flighted delivery there, right to the man. Not a clean pickup for Kato Vincent, and they pick up another single. Opportunity to catch for the ball, falls safely behind the bowler's head. You could have had at least 4 people converging for that one, and those are the opportunities to take so that you can break the back of the batting side. Another wicket will see them struggle to put off a winning score, trying to tempt him into another catch there to find leg, but it will be a boundary. Bowled full to the leg side, onto the left of the man at fine leg there. Final ball of the over from Lubwama. Make that a wide. Pretty expensive for Lubwama so far, and has one ball to complete the over. 14 coming off it so far. And a better ball there, drawing the man forward, trying to drive the wrong line there, beaten by the turn. The power play completed, and it is 40 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. Umpire Elizabeth Nachibule indicates the end of the power play, and some more protection can be offered to Eric Mukisa. Cow corner is sent out, and the batter trying to steal a quick single there. Raymond Kagera not a very quick scorer, as we've seen throughout the tournament, has come in top of the order in the absence of Owidi and Ochen. And the call comes in, but that ball pitched on the leg stump and continuing on its line. Very good decision there from the umpires. She could still see leg stump. The ball still traveling down the leg stump. Another wide there. Angling that ball back in, but not able to find the spot so far by Mukisa. And a much better delivery, but Kagera finding the gap to drive gloriously, and he will pick up 4 runs there. A confident shot there from Kagera, which will settle his nerves so far. Plays it late there, and they chase the zone to keep it into the boundary ropes. The gradient behind the keeper, just below the commentary box here, helping out. They'll pick up a double, and a much better over for Kilimanjaro. Picked up about 6 runs. Make that 7 with that wide there. Snaffled by Conrad Lubwama, trying to go for power. Raymond Kagera perishes. Beg your pardon there. Looked like a catch, but must have played it on the ground into the waiting arms of Conrad Lubwama. Yep, off the surface into the waiting hands of Lubwama. Good work there from the production guys. Deep End Sports Media being the broadcasting and streaming partners. But it is Mudola to replace Lubwama. Pins Mujuni back on the back foot. Good lines there from Edgar Mudola with his trademark yellow hat on his head. Flights one there. Played back to the bowler, and it will be another dot ball. 1 run scored so far, and what is the response from the batter? Played short, but it should be a wide as indicated by the umpire. Pick up an extra run there. Trying to bowl a very quick ball there, but goes wide. Some experimentation from Mudola. And that is the ball he wanted to play. Played well on the toes by Mujuni, and they will pick up another single. Final ball of the over. Laser shot there from Kagera. And nothing short. Not driving, not cutting. $51 for the loss of 4 should be the score. Your graphics will be updated shortly. 51 for the loss of 4 wickets after 8 overs. Conrad Lubwama trusting his youngsters. Muwaga bowls some off breaks there, but starts off with one drifting down the leg side, and it will be one for the extras column. Make that 2 on the bounce. And at a look at his form and structure while bowling, you'll see that he has no follow through whatsoever, but that is much better. So most of the power and flight is just generated by the shoulder and the arm. Better there, cramps the man for room, but they will pick up a single. Well driven by Raymond Kagera. Very adept at playing that ball to which he can reach, and you will not see him try to do anything different. Quicker ball there, and the chase is on. Throw comes in quick, but very fleet-footed the batters are. The scoreboard now ticking regularly for Mount Kilimanjaro, despite those early wickets. Luwama patrolling the short covers. Just outside of your frame there. Well driven down the ground, and they will pick up another single. Continue doing this, and if they can find the boundaries punishing the bad balls, Mount Kilimanjaro should be able to put up a decent score. Very, very good fielders and bowlers. The side has had a torrid morning. (57) after 9 overs for the loss of 4 wickets. Mudola continues. Count that as a Lego delivery. The batter moving out of the way when the bowler is already in his stride. Opportunity to catch. Goes above mid-off. Will pick up a boundary there. Flighted and with some width. Plays through the line there. Mujuni offering resistance now. Well watched. Watch that ball till it hit the bat. Two dot balls on the trot now. Short. Very stylish when playing those balls to the onside. Mujuni uses his full height, stands on his toes, keeps that ball down. Flighted delivery there, and long on will cut it off. A very quick over there from Mudola. But Mount Kilimanjaro now well into their 60s. 63 for the loss of 4 at the halfway point of this encounter, giving them a run rate of 6.30. victory will see the winners march on straight to the finals, and the losers of this encounter will have another bite at the cherry, playing the winners of the third and fourth place playoff winners. Lubwama changes ends and comes from the forest end. Well placed there, misfield, and it will race across the boundary line there. 5 runs in the first 2 balls, and the challenge is on for Lubwama to limit that. Poor effort there at a dive from the fielder. Dot ball there to stem the flow of runs. Another boundary to the score of Kilimanjaro, and Augustine Mojuni plays off his pads well. Still another expensive over from Lubwama. Balls it quicker, drifts down the leg, will be an extra. Ten runs already in this over. Hasn't had a good day so far, Lubwama. Dot ball there. The highlights of the wickets that have fallen so far in this encounter between Mount Kilimanjaro and Mt.Meru. And some of those big hits there. Mount Kilimanjaro winning the toss, electing to bat first, or almost immediately in a spot of bather. 2 wickets falling in 2 overs. And the big guns, Robert Owili, Haddad Chiberu, Peter Chen, and Okalinga Colin. A well-deserved break there in the innings as the teams took on some fluids. It's a very hot day out there at Florida Cricket Oval. Eric Mukisa changing ends to come from the highway end, but starts off with one down the leg side. We'll have to bowl that again. A great fight back there from Mt.Kilimanjaro to string up some runs and partnerships. Raymond Kagera now finding the gaps and keeps the scoreboard ticking. Onto his knee, Mujuni, but will pick up just a single. We have seen the pass score being about 130 runs. Very, very competitive score. Something that you can bowl at. Mukisa bowling quicker, those balls, trying to bowl the leg breaks. But those balls maintaining their line beyond the leg stump, and that is the better line. Good ball. Clueless is the batter there, and Kagera should be playing bat pad, but needs to open himself up now that Mukisa is coming. Right arm round, tries to play a cut shot there, mid off, unable to complete the catch. The captain himself, Lubwama, there. That ball is flighted by Mukisa, and Mujuni, taking a liking to that, pulls it away for another boundary. The height there a bit suspect, but the umpires comfortable with that. That boundary marks the end of the 12th over. 82 runs now for the loss of 4. Augustine Mujuni 30 in 24. Raymond Kagera 16 in 19. Those quick wickets now a distant memory, as we have a 57-run partnership between Mujuni and Kagera. As so much often we've seen between Mt.Kilimanjaro, they have some batting, especially that middle order, able to rescue the side with quick wickets falling. But Mudola changing ends as well, coming from the forest end, has bowled 2 dot balls so far in this over. Plenty of balls to play with for Mt.Kilimanjaro, and now regularly founding the boundaries. Another dot ball. Opportunity there. Should 4 runs there. Miscommunication between the boundary rider and the man chasing after the ball, and they will lay blame upon each other. But that is lazy from Mt.Meru, at one point having Mt.Kilimanjaro on the ropes, just where they wanted them, and now you feel that the game is slowly drifting away from them. Pulled well there by Kagera, and it will be cleaned up by Eric Mukisa in the deep. We will end the over with a dot ball. $87 for 4 after 13. Edgar Mudola yet to pick up a wicket in his 3, conceded 15, an economy of 5. Run rate now at 6.69. Some acceleration there, giving us a projected score above the past score, 134. And realizing that the game is running away from Mt.Meru, Lubwama turns to his gun bowler Eric Matovu, sends out fine leg, deep fine leg, and third man, deep mid wicket, and long off to patrol the boundary. Swing and a miss there from Mujuni. I beg your pardon, Kagera Raymond. Cramps him for room there, trying to cut, but that ball right within the body line. Matov returning to his bread and butter role. Bowler of in the middle phases of the innings, had very great success there, breaks partnerships, picks up wickets right at the good of everything. 3 dot balls so far, opportunity to catch, and Kagera will depart, taking the words right out of my mouth, breaking this partnership which had rest on to 57 runs between Kagera and Mujuni. Eric Matov doing the business there, trying to play across there, gets the top edge, well taken by Nasul Damadi there, and the 5th wicket falls after 13.4 overs, 87 runs on the board. Kilimanjaro won the toss and elected to bat. Now into the mid-order and tail end of Kilimanjaro is the men in blue bottoms, dark blue bottoms and yellow tops, Mt.Meru. Adam Huzaifa, bowler by trade, with some batting to do. immediately wrapped on the pads by Eric Matovu. The appeal comes in more in hope than anything else. A very, very good over so far. Another dot ball will see a wicket maiden over from Matovu. Has picked up 2 so far, conceded 8. Use the feet well there, Huzaifa, and they will pick up 1. Still remains a very decent over from Matovu. Concedes only 1 run, picks up a vital wicket, breaking the partnership. Has bowled 3, conceded 9, picked up 2, an economy of 3. Beg your pardon. After 14 overs, it is 88 runs for the loss of 5 for Mount Kilimanjaro. Mujuni there with some resistance, 30-25. Now joined by Adam Huzaifa off the mark. Some change in equipment for Adam Huzaifa. A new bat being brought in. Not comfortable with the one he brought onto the pitch. The opening bowling pair returns to bowl in tandem. Mutwalibi comes in again from the forest end. Already picked up a wicket, and opportunity to catch there. Dozy fielding. That ball dropping at the feet of the man at mid wicket. Going to his left, that ball, and unable to react quickly, Eric Matovu. Opportunity again on the second ball, not taken. Opportunity to run out, and the ball being aimlessly thrown by the Meru fielders. Kato Vincent having that kind of day, snatching at that ball at the full limits of his height, jumping off the ground, and should have presented soft hands for that ball to land in. Huzaifa creating the problems there, but his bowling not being rewarded with the fielding that it deserves. Takes matters into his hands. Goes, it is bowler against batter, dotting there. Make that that dot ball from Mutwalibi Mustafa to Adam Huzaifa, trying to use his feet to get to that ball, but Mustafa bowling it wide away from his reach. And it is a wicket finally. Good yoker there from Mutwalibi to get rid of Huzaifa Adam, who departs for 2 runs. 6th wicket falls for Mount Kilimanjaro. Using that wrist well, Mutwalibi bowling it full. and dislodges off stump there. Good thinking. Ball, 2 balls wide to Huzaifa, who was coming down the pitch, and that fourth delivery he first bringing that back in, aiming for the stumps. Second wicket for Mustafa Mutwalibi, considered 12 so far in 2.5. Good economy there from him, doing the job for his team. The winners of this encounter moving directly into the finals, and the losers, this being a trial run and they have another opportunity, will be facing the winners of the contest between Mount Rwenzori and Mount Karisimbi, following the IPL format, this East African T20 Challenge. Of course, brought to you by our premier sponsors, Dafabit. Final ball of the over. Jovan Komagum keeps that one out there. $92 for 6 after 15. Eight more runs will see Mount Kilimanjaro breach the 3-figure score. They will have to do that in 30 balls. But we have a bowling change at the highway end as Nasul Damadi comes in to replace Eric Matovu, keeping 1 wicket to complete the innings, you feel, by the captain. Bowler who bowls very many dot balls. Nasul started out as a spinner but has transitioned into a capable medium pacer. Leg bias should be indicated by the umpire. Damadi finding the strong breeze that is blowing across the oval difficult to tame with his bowling. Well placed past the man at mid wicket. They scamper for 2 there. Dustin Mujuni coming in at number 5. At this point, you cannot afford to be generous in your bowling. Nasulda Madi going beyond the crease there. No ball indicated by umpire Hope Tandeka, and a free hit will be indicated. Well done there by Damadi, not to concede off that free hit. But when you look at the lines he has bowled in this over, that ball is angling down the leg side. That in swinger there should be placing that ball on off stump, or try to bowl on the fourth stump. That is the ball there, quick and straight from the body. Needs a little more of such deliveries to complete his first over. Well driven down the ground there by Mujuni, but he will pick up one long off, doing the cleanup. 6 coming off that first over from Nasolda Madi. $98.99, I beg your pardon, for 6 after 16 overs. 124 the projected score, maintaining that above 6 run rate. Augustine Mujuni being the bedrock of this innings for Kilimanjaro, 36 in 33. Came in when the side was in deep trouble, Okwalinga and Ochen having departed, and has been able to stabilize the innings. Mutwalibi will come in for his final over. Goes aerial within the slot and punished. Make that a maximum to Mujuni. Now into the 40s. Very wide line preferred by Mustafa Mutwalibi, allowing Mujuni to free his arms there. Good hits there, and that maximum enabling Kilimanjaro cross the 100 runs mark. 105 after 6.1 overs. The ball being looked for, and if it cannot be found, will result in a replacement one. A great fight back from Mount Kilimanjaro, having lost those very, very quick wickets. And look at the batting card there. Sorry, the fall of wickets at the power play. At the end of the power play, 4 wickets had fallen for 34 runs. And it was Raymond Kagera and Augustine Mujuni on the crease. And at the 10th over mark, it was still 63 for 4. Mujuni, the anchor there. Good comeback there from Mutwalibi. And we'll need very many of those dot balls in this over, having considered that boundary maximum, to keep it tame. 4 balls away to complete his allotted spell. Has picked up 2 so far, and that is the line there. 4th line stamp, causing lots of trouble so far. First it was Kagera unable to put it away. Now Mujuni also finding a little bit of trouble. No run there. And it is another dot ball. 3 on the trot from Mutwalibi Mustafa. Good stuff. Another dot ball there. That ball doing some things. And it will be the final ball of the over from, and the spell for Mustafa Mutwalibi. Has picked up 2 wickets so far, conceded 18. And that will be his figures, because that last ball is a dot ball. He will end with 2 wickets for 18 runs, an economy of just above 4. 17 overs completed, 105 runs for the loss of 6 for Mt.Kilimanjaro.
Three more overs to play in this first innings of this qualifier 1. Whoever wins this game makes it to the finals, and the loser will have a chance to play whoever will have won between Mount Rwenzori and Mount Kalisimbi later on today in the afternoon. 105 for 6 after 17 overs. And Mokisa Eric back into the attack for Mt.Meru. Sliced away, no extra cover in place, and it is a boundary. Finally finding that shot that helps him to get off the mark. 2 full and 2 wide for Jovan Komagom, and he pounces onto it, picking up another boundary there for Mt.Kilimanjaro. And look at the bowling attack for Mt.Kilimanjaro. If they get close to 120, 130, maybe they will have gotten a total that they can come out and defend. What a passage of play here. Tries the same shot, but this time around the ball keeps low, and it is dot. Better adjustment there for Eric Moksa, not giving him the width. Again, good timing, and Mustafa Mtwalibu giving it a chase. Oh, it is a boundary. As soon as he got the ball, he didn't keep within the playing area, stepping outside, and it is 4 runs. A little casual there from Mustafa Mtwalibu. Look at that. He got to the ball. Instead of pulling it back, he gets the ball. First of all, looked like he was though falling outside, and in the end he steps out. It is another boundary. Kovagom goes. There is a run out chance, but a poor throw. Afamuaga. Comedy of errors here as Mt.Meru continues conceding runs in funny fashion. Poor fielding from Mustafa Mtwalibu, boundary 4. And another effort of run out goes in vain. Hit down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 runs there. Picking up on it very nicely there. Austin Mujuni right in the 40s there. But look at the way he gets that one. And he knocks it downtown for 4. Now runs are flowing for Kilimanjaro. Right into the block hole. And it is a dot ball. Bringing us to the end of over number 18 with the scoreboard reading 118 for a loss of 6.
A very good fight back there from Mount Kilimanjaro. As you look at the fall of wickets, 1 and 2 falling after 1 over. But it will be a wicket. Conrad Lubwama coming to the party finally will pick up his first wicket. Jovan Komagum.
And that is another wicket there that falls, but Conrad Lubwama knows that you clearly had in the previous over, as Eric Muksa was bowling to Jovan Komagum those back-to-back boundaries, he was telling him to bowl it a little closer, not to give him width. So as soon as Conrad Lubwama comes into the attack, he bowls that good line and he manages to pick up that wicket. It is another wicket that goes. Good work there. But Jovan Komagum, his 9 might be the difference, but Mojini Austin, 46 of 41, he's done too much of the heavy lifting. And Opejini Mungu Joshua is the next batter in.
Certainly, Mojuni, the bedrock of the Kilimanjaro innings. Now just a hit away from what would be a brilliantly crafted 50 runs. But it is the new man in Openiji Mungu coming in. He has been able to bat at the top of the order at the start of this tournament, but now finding himself way down the lower order.
Yeah, the change has made there by Kilimanjaro to pick up the win. Opejini Mungu goes across, and the midfield there from Timothy Matovu will give them the run. Too sloppy, too casual, because that was right straight to him. And now the man who has been looking as though he's in the mood gets back on strike. A hit away to a half century. But Conrad Lubwama very, very furious and unhappy for the fielding display from his boys. Bowls it quick and he picks up a dot ball. That's brilliant there. Because Austin Mujin previously, when Eric Mukisa went to bowl it slower, he picked it up on it very nicely and set it downtown. So Lubwama doesn't want to give him anything. A whip off the pads will pick up the fielder. Deep mid wicket. And it is another single there for Kilimanjaro Mountain.
Throughout the innings, Mujuni has been playing those balls off his feet and hips quite very well. He has been pulling those balls, finding the glances down the leg. He's in fine touch today.
Final ball of this over. Hit away by Opejini Mungu. Breaks the shackles and he picks up another boundary. Somehow when the runs are being dried up, Kilimanjaro has found a way of finding the runs again.
Good way to close out that over from Opejini Mungu, going for that swipe down the leg side. No fielders there in that region. 124 for 7 after 19. 6 runs away from what would be the pass score and a competitive total for Mount Kilimanjaro. We have seen them throughout the tournament during that run of wins, that even if you get the top order, people coming in and finding runs, rebuilding the innings. And it will be the final over. Eric Matovu coming from the highway end.
Already into the 120s, they should be looking at 130 in this over. Good start there from Matovu Eric. He goes pace off and he picks up a dot ball. Good area there to bowl for him.
Mujuni has 2 tasks at hand. Make it 3. Try to get some runs for the team. Get some runs to pick up that 50. And the third duty being to carry his bat. So plenty of opportunities in the remaining balls there.
Compensation there from the bowler. Fine leg, third man, extra cover, long on, cow corner at the boundary. Mujuni not getting close to the ball. He is swinging across instead of getting there and trying to open up his blade. And it is another dot ball there for Matovu Eric.
I would think that he would try to play it through the vacant slip and Gary region, try and run very hard, come back for 2, rather than trying to just swing hard and hope he makes some contact.
I tell you something here, Eric Matovu has really known what to do, sticking on that plan, keeping it outside off stump, and it is another dot ball for him. 3 more balls in this innings and somehow runs not coming in the final over. Mujuni Austin still stuck on 47. A boundary could see him get to that half-century mark and take his team close to 130. Drives one down the ground. They are pushing quickly, but they will only take a single. Joshua scored the boundary of the final ball of the previous over, so he'll be getting strike, hoping that he can capitalize and pick up something here.
Absolutely very fine bowling from Eric Matovu, and you can understand why the captain chose him to close out the over, dotting throughout this over 3 dot balls there, just 1 single and a wide as the scoring opportunity. Just 2 more balls to complete the innings.
Five of 3 for Opejinimungu Joshua and 48 of 47 for Austin Mujuni. Just few runs short of that half-century milestone. Dotty ball. It means that the chances of Mujuni picking up the half-century are now very few. A wide or a no ball that takes him on strike could be something that can give him that chance. But Joshua will also be looking at capitalizing on this final ball. Nothing from that over, but what an over there from Eric Matovu. Just 2 runs in the final over. You feel that the batting in the death for Mount Kilimanjaro has not really come out today. 126 for a loss of 7 is where they will stop after 20 overs, and it has been that well crafted. 48 of 47 from Austin Mujuni that has really been the boost for his team. 12 of 11 for Colin Izokwaling and 21 of 28 for Raymond Kagera have been the contributions. When you look at the match summary there, 2 wickets apiece for Mustafa Mtwali, Eric Matovu and Eric Mukisa, to make sure that they limit the batting team to 100 and 26-7. We'll take a short break and we'll return with the second innings of this match.
The umpires and players are out. The run chest is set, and the equation is Mt.Meru requiring 127 runs in 20 overs. Victory here will see that team march straight into the finals, and the losers will have another bite at the cherry to face the winners between 33rd place and 4th place winners. Edgar Mudola and Eric Mukisa, the EMs opening the batting, I beg your pardon, for Mt.Meru. Proceedings will begin with Collins Okwalinga coming from the highway end. Starts off with a wide one there. Unevenly set contest here. Kilimanjaro will be happy with the 126 runs that they made after having come into some trouble there. Two dot balls there from Collins Okwalinga. 126 required in 118 balls. Good bowling there from Collins. That ball angling away from the batter. Yet to put bat to ball, Edgar Mudola. Scamper through for a quick single there. Mudola to get off the mark. Good effort there from Haddad Chiberu at covers, trying to cut off that run. And just like I was saying, Mount Kilimanjaro, the happier of the side, managing to get to 126 runs despite those quick wickets. Augustine Mujuni carrying his bat, coming in at number 5 and unable to craft a half century, but a good swing there from Collins Okwalinga to Mukisa. That ball angling in the air and moving out upon hitting that deck, narrowly missing the off stump. And it will be the final ball of the over. A very, very decent first over from Collins Okalinga, showing all his guile and expertise. Man about town. Good swing again. Mukisa with no answers to that, and it will be a dot ball to close out the first over. 2 runs for no loss after 1. The saying goes, runs on board are runs on board. And now it is the turn of Mt.Meru to come and try and chase down this score. But it is Peter Ochen coming from the forest end. Starts with 1 down the leg side. Robert Owiri coming in and taking the gloves. Raymond Kagera, a so-so replacement while he has been away on national team duties. The fielding looking to be sharp right at the top here of the power play. Make that another wide there. Peter Chen going for all effort there. Control now being the issue for Peter Ochen. Yet to bowl any Lego deliveries there. Generous keeps the extras column moving. Not copying and pasting from Okwalinga. Just stood at mid of him to offer some counsel. Played back to the bowler, but good work there from Huzaifa. And it is a dot ball off the first Lego delivery there of this Peter Ochen over. Opportunity to catch the diving Collins Okalinga, gobbles that up. Mudola playing to a rising ball, only managing to find Okalinga, and the first wicket will fall. Half-cocked shot there from Edgar Mudola, resulting in failure rather than swinging his arms right through that ball, playing it on the up. Kilimanjaro sensing blood in the water. 5 for 1 after 1.2 overs in this Mt.Meru ranches, trying to overhaul 126 runs to achieve victory and move into the finals. That ball keeping low to Conrad Lubuama there, the new man in and the captain of the side. He loves coming top of the order, able to exploit the fielders in the ring, finding those gaps. And when he finds his range, able to deposit that ball over the boundary ropes. But in a very good contest so far against Peter Ochen. Finds the gap there. The chase is on. That ball trickling down to cow corner. Picks up his first runs. First boundary of the run chase. Playing that on the onside. Lubuama, Penjimungu and Mustafa in chase. Good work there. And opportunity to be run out. And they pick up 2 runs there. Eric Mukisa having to follow Lubuama to one end to complete the first run and return to his non-striker's end. Comical there. Good work from the veteran Okwalinga there. Going aerial Lubuama there. But that ball not trickling down over the boundary. That ball will close out the over there. 11 for the loss of 1 after 2 overs. Okwalinga yet to pick up a wicket, but a pretty tight opening over he had, conceding only 2, but starts off with 1 down the leg there. Was swinging that ball quite massively, and Mukisa has had trouble putting him away. Mukisa always has that shuffle that brings him into the stumps. But make that a dot ball.
Some goodwills on Collins Okwalinga. They picked up a wicket in the second over. Edgar Mdola falling fast. There was an LBW appeal, but looks like it was going down the leg and not given by the umpire. But Collins Okwalinga, a busybody, didn't score many, apart from one beautiful maximum in the first innings. But a close look at that replay there. Shuffling across the stumps early, but that ball going down the leg and not given by the umpire. It is a dot ball. Brilliant catch taken in the previous over by Collins Okwalinga, and he saved the boundary as well. That ball hit by Conrad Rwama, thinking that it would have gone all the way. He knows how important it is to win this game, because when you win here, you're already into the finals. You don't want to take a chance of losing today and making sure that you win tomorrow to make a berth in the final. We will be having the eliminator happening in the afternoon between Mount Renzori and Mount Karisimbi. Satima and Elgoni are already home, having finished at the bottom of the log. A little cheeky playing that shot, as you see there from Conrad Rwama. Nearly uprooted his off stump, but it will be a dot ball.
Trying to be inventive, Lubama there, but that line has troubled every single batter. Mukisa yet to get any bat to bowl when Okwalinga bowls that off stump and fourth stump line.
Trying to go hard, Luwama Conrad, but it will be a dot ball. Collins Okwalinga bowling it into the surface and making sure there is nothing to work around with for the batters. Fine leg and third man both at the boundary for him. Good work being done by Mount Kilimanjaro. Mount Kilimanjaro have been losing so many games on the bounce. In this second round, they might have lost all their games, but then because they had won early in the tournament, they remained in the second position on the log.
Yes, they won 6 on the trot at the beginning of the tournament, but have been on a crash course of losses, 4 on the trot, and in this match trying to break that run of losses. Well on their way with this kind of bowling from Okwalinga. Quiet power player it has been so far for Mt.Meru, and 1 wicket already falling. So, and you feel that with the big guns returning, a full complement of the players, they are a much stronger side.
Final ball of the over from Collins Okwalinga. Inside out, and it is a boundary from Conrad Rwama, bringing the end to over number 3.
And that is how Lubwama plays, goes aerial most of the times during the power play. Field restrictions, we'll see him just trying and go over the ring and finding runs. 17 for 1 after 3 there. Lubwama 10 in 8. Mukisa yet to get off the mark. Has been doing some running, but nothing off the bat there. So 110 runs required in 102 balls.
Despite losing an early wicket there by Mt.Meru, they still have a chance of picking up the win. A boundary every over could see them go there. Peter Ochen back into the attack with a dot ball. Mukisa Eric overhitting that one instead of just making sure that he looks for the timing. And when you saw how Edgar Mdola went out, there was a dot ball, a wide, another dot ball, then he gave out the wicket. Meaning every time you get the dot balls, you put some bit of pressure to the batters. So now Eric Mukisa will be thinking that now he's faced a little money and he will be trying to attack, which might be costly.
Ochen having him where he wants him, yet to put bat to ball to get some confidence, and almost hitting that ball to the man at cover point, but finally off the mark. And I understand what you are saying, that sometimes you just need to find those gaps there with a dab, a drop and run there, and accumulate 1-1 rather than trying to go big. But Mukisa finally off the mark.
109 needed in 100 balls, required 106. Meaning every time you pick up a single, and if you can pick up 6 singles in the over, it means you've well taken care of the pressure. And also picking up single might mean that you don't have that risk of giving away wickets. So if you keep fading the singles comfortably, get 6 every over and still remain in the columns of if a bad ball comes, go on and punish it and make sure that you maximize on the opportunity. They'll give you the wides. See there, Peter Ochen bowling it outside off stump, full and wide. Goes on one knee, but doesn't hit it well. Work for Joseph Wasa to do, and him alongside Austin Mojuni managed to save that boundary, but you feel that there was some bit of sloppiness in the running between the wickets by Lubwama, Conrad and Eric Muksa.
Certainly not taking the first run quick there, not putting any pressure onto the fielders, and that was a certain 2 there with good running. And you feel that don't leave any runs on the plate, as you might come to regret it later on. So take every available run, but you feel that Lubwama must have been still contemplating the shot he had played the previous ball and just needed some time away from strike.
A team which has ever lost this tournament by 1 run might have learnt everything and forgot everything. Might have learnt nothing and forgot everything.
Yes, a three that will start off this tournament. That 1 run loss to Mount Satima, where Lubwama had Mount Satima on the back foot, and the moment he departed, the wheels came off his team, and Satima rallying to win by 1 run.
And for them to win this game, Conrad Lubwama and Eric Mukisa will need to stick in as long as they can, so that by the time they bring on Daniel Muhumaza, another very, very capable batter, they will have enough runs on board. This will be the final ball of the over there from Peter Ocean. Some good hits there coming in from Peter Ocean, bringing us to the end of over number 4 with the scoreboard reading 21 for a loss of 1. The eliminator for this tournament will be coming up in the afternoon between Mount Karisimbi and Mount Renzori. Mount Renzori picking up form at the back end of the tournament and making sure that they stick in the top 4 places to earn a chance of playing in the eliminator. But the eliminator means you still have a long way to go. You must win the eliminator and win the qualifier too if you're to make it to the finals. But for Renzori, since their guns are back, maybe they stand a very big chance. And you also see that for Karisimbi, Doc Abdishakul returning from the under 19 camp will give them some bit of a boost. Patrick Oburu might be the only miss, but they will be capitalizing on the presence of Ramadan Ochimi as we head into the game. But there is a bowling change here for Mount Kilimanjaro. Austin Mujin replaces Collins Okwalinga. Starts off with a good one, but just guided away by Mokisa Eric for a single.
And that is the kind of batting Mokisa should be doing at the moment, finding those gaps as your confidence continues to build up. Leave some of that hitting to Lubwama.
Beaten by the pace. I tell you, he's been doing that so many times in this game because he doesn't commit to the front foot. He does commit to the front foot early, so by the time the ball bounces, you need to get back on the back foot and try and make sure that you dab it away. But it is another dot ball.
And Lubwama has that shuffle across the stumps that usually gets him into line to pull most of those balls. Bowlers now working him out, realizing that they need to bowl wider and within the body line, keep him pinned there. And as we have seen, like 2 balls so far, one to Okwalinga and now one to Mujuni, has got into place to pull that ball, but it has nowhere. Man who did good works with the bat, now with the ball, Mujuni. Opportunity to catch there, that ball dying to the third man who did not move quite early. Would you call that an opportunity, Ivan?
Yeah, John Paul Waswa not taking the opportunity clearly. Solomon, if he was in motion, maybe stood a very big chance of picking up that catch, because the ball held into the air for some time. So clearly there was an opportunity to catch, which isn't taken by the fielding team. But John Paul was not a very, very good fielder, just coming into the ranks regards to this game. Beats him by the pace completely, and it is a dot ball there. Nearly a hanging blade, a hanging feather, but it is a dot ball. But risk there from Eric. Don't need to be facing such of those.
It must be a confidence issue for Mukisa right now. Playing and missing, leaving very, very good balls. And Mujuni there releasing all the pressure instead of keeping that ball close to the off stump.
It's the biggest issue for many of the young players here. Every time you're keeping the bat on pressure, just keep bowling the good areas. And you see that Eric Mukisa was struggling to commit on the back foot even the previous HPC Cup. But every time you give those weights, you give him some bit of confidence. Ball stump to stump, make the man stuck in the crease, don't give anything away. 127 might look like many runs on board, but you can give away so many extras early in the game. You keep the opposition in very, very good contention of winning the game. And now when you see the current passage of play for Mt.Meru, they have taken care of the wicket column, and they are making sure that they just now motor on, build a partnership, and see what happens after.
Certainly, so extras do not help the cause, relieve all the pressure that you've built up, and that is a much better ball. And you see that he's forcing Mukisa into a false shot, trying to pull that ball. His timing has been off, picking up the lines has been wanting as well. So a batter clearly not at the top of his powers, and it does well to keep him on strike for most of the balls, so that you can create that wicket.
Final ball of the over from Mujuni. Well guided, it nearly went to the field at Gale, but Haddad Chiveru not showing any effort in catching that one. It falls right under his nose. And we've come to the end of over number 5 with the scoreboard reading 26 for 1. Another bowling change for Mt.Kilimanjaro. Ochen Peter out of the attack, and Uzaifa Adams into the attack. More pace. It's not yet time when we see the spinners come to the party. The likes of Jovan Komagom, who will be later on coming in for some spider webs. Off the edge, but they will take the run. He didn't close the line very, very well. Just cut off the edge of his blade into the gap, and the run taken. As long as they are picking up some dot balls and they are not giving away boundaries, Mt.Kilimanjaro stand a big chance of winning this match. Full and wide, slightly out of the tram lines, and it's wides and runs for Mt.Meru. Mt.Meru missing the services of Brandley Kavu, Kenyan international, who is playing another tournament in Nairobi at the moment. But at least they're happy that Eric Mukisa, having completed the High Performance Cup series at Entebbe, now returns in the playing 11. He offers to the team something in terms of batting and bowling. 5 of 12 for him, but because he knows he's now playing the anchor role, making sure that most of the runs are now scored by Conrad Wama. He might step up later on in the innings. And I do have a long batting lineup. Edgar Mdola, one of those batters who can come and put you for your runs. I beg your pardon, Daniel Muhumuza, wicketkeeper batter, who will be coming in to give some bit of runs. There will be some contributions there coming from players like Eric Matovu, Timothy, all those who can come out and give some bit of runs.
In comparison to Mount Kilimanjaro, you would feel that Kilimanjaro had more batting depth compared to Meru, and with Likavu missing, they have quite a long tail. So with Mudola departed, you feel that Mukisa and Lubwama have to bat quite long. So that curtails their freedom at the crease there sometimes. And going on to the bowling, with Adam Huzaifa, we have talked about his inconsistencies. Those are footfall no balls. Hopefully they will not appear today whatsoever. You can't afford to be that generous to the batters.
He has some good pace, Huzaifa Adams, but only where he steps is the issue. And you see, he bowls it to the first stump and makes sure that there is nothing to hit. That's why he's picking up some dot balls. Good wheels on him. Dot balls right in that hitting area. Conrad Wama trying to take him on, but nowhere close to his balls.
Yes, a very good line that he is bowling at, and you can see that he is mindful of where he's stepping, and long may he continue with that line there. But strays away and a no ball called. And like I've said countless times, this is something very easy to work out. That his bowling he has measured a run up which he is used to, and I had a talk with him and I told him just add either a full extra step and continue bowling and running in the way you are, and you will be fine.
Yeah, for now it's the free hit, but he'll go with it. Oh no, the umpire calls wide, meaning the free hit stands. But I tell you, that was a good plan, because if you're overstepping, it means that extra step that he did tell him to do means that he'll bowl either inside the crease or right on the line.
Certainly, Ivan. So coaches have to rain down on him quickly, because he usually has good figures, but when you look at the things he has offered, you will find those 1 to about 4 no balls, and that is very unacceptable. A young man still in his learning phase of the art of swing bowling and pace bowling, so something for his coaches to work on. A member of Push Academy.
Yeah, him and Conrad Wama are both members of the Push Cricket Academy. Coach Jackson Ogwang doing a lot of good work. He's not alone in doing that good work. He has people like Jonathan Chiza, Collins Abong, and former opening batter for the Cricket Cranes, Abdallah Rubega. But for now, it is another no ball there from Adam Huzaifa. The struggles continue. It is now turning out to be a very, very long over. With the free hit now coming the way of Mukisa Eric, and the chance for them to pick runs. And now it's the free hit there from Huzaifa Adams. Hit up in the air. It will be caught, but they will do take the run because that's not out. And the poor throw there nearly giving them an extra run. But it will be a single, bring us to the end of the over and the power play. Scoreboard reading 33 for a loss of 1. tournament broadcasting live from the Florida Cricket Oval, and this tournament is sponsored by Dufferbet, Deep End Sports Media, and Kingsley Children's Medical Center. This is the qualifier 1 of the East African Safari T20. We will be having an elimination in the afternoon between Mount Karisimbi and Mount Rwenzori. And now, after the power play, we will be seeing a change in the bowling attack. And now we do see a spinner coming in to replace Mojuni, and it is Jovan Komagom. Very, very unplayable, if you could say. Komagom Jovan coming and ready to make a mark.
The first appearance of spin in this ranches. The veteran unable to keep that ball within the playing field. One bounce for there. That ball turning into Eric Mukisa using those long levers. And he will pick up 4 runs. That ball keeping low from Jovan Komagum. He will give you nothing to work with. Usually flights that ball and it is slow. Now getting some turn. Strays down the leg side. Some foot work there from the man at fine leg. Keeps it to just a single. And you feel that this is maybe the over that Mt.Meru are targeting. Conrad Lubwama 12 in 18, Mukisa 11 in 17. Yet to fully utilize every single ball that they have faced. Sweeper found by Lubwama. They will pick up 1. Ochen doing the cleanup there. Mukisa caught in between playing forward and choosing to play on the back foot, and that ball beating him there. Final ball of the over. Powerfully struck there, and good work from the man at long off. 7 will come off Komagum's first over, and 40 runs for the loss of 1 after 7. The required rate now being 6.69. And 87 runs required in 78 balls. With 1 wicket falling, you feel that Mt.Meru have this ranches in their grasp. 1 over that they can target, and they will be right on top of the balls and runs required. But we will see Augustine Mojuni changing bowling ends to come from the forest end. Another one missing from the ranks of Kilimanjaro is Nathan Mupere, the spinner. Top edge there. Good pickup. And they will keep it to 1 there. A very good dab there from Conrad Luwama to get off strike. Continue the run scoring for Mt.Meru. And they look unhurried in their approach, knowing that some lesser bowling might be coming their way, but you don't have to wait so long to start motoring through your innings. Well placed there, but good work from the veteran there. Contention will be if in the process of fielding his body came into contact with any of the boundary rope, but realizing where he was, and a very good effort there from Okwalinga. Trying to play on his toes is Eric Mukisa. And what Mujuni has been doing is to cramp him for space so that he can't fully free his arms, and attempted cut shot there from Conrad Luwama, and Roberto Willie is standing up to the bowling of Raymond Mujuni. Had that 70 run score in the recently concluded high performance tournament at the Lakeside Oval in Entebbe. Uganda under 19 only losing 1 game. Thick inside edge there, and they will pick up another single. .46 for 1 after 81 runs in 72 balls for Mt.Meru. If they're to march straight into the finals, failure to do that, they will have another opportunity to write that Mt.Kilimanjaro in the cream and white, coming into this contest off a run of 4 defeats. The argument might be that they were missing some of their big guns, but now the big guns are back. We have seen Collins Okwalinga and Roberto Willie both failing with the bat, but trying to make amends in any other way that they can contribute. Slower ball there from Jovan Komagum. Nothing to pull for Luwama, as it is right in the stumps. Trying to sweep that one away. Does not connect well. Picks up only one. High up in the air, and it drops like a stone, and they will pick up two for Eric Mukisa. Trying to play that ball with the wind, Mukisa, but going quite very aerial and dropping. Opportunity to catch there. Down the throat of Peter Ochen, and Mukisa will be put out of his trouble. Has not looked comfortable throughout this innings. Will depart for 18 in 23. Jovan Komagum picks up his first there. Peter Ochen didn't have to move an inch and completes that catch. Jovan Komagum, a very happy bowler there, trying to play inside out. Mukisa tried to study the ship for Mt.Meru, but it will be the turn of Daniel Muhumuza now. New man in 49 for 2 after 8.4. Goes aerial and should be caught. Raymond Kagera not making any mistake there. A very brainless shot from Daniel Muhumuza. Hasn't had any look at what the bowler is bowling and tries to go big right off the bat. Will have to depart for a golden duck, and the axe swinging in the favor of Mt.Kilimanjaro right now. Conrad Lubwama now running out of partners so far. Well done, Raymond Kagera. 48 for 3, and Komagum will have an opportunity for a hat-trick. It is the hat-trick ball to face. We have only had one hat-trick so far in this tournament, coming to Richard Sohera. Had the most wickets in his 4 allotted overs, picked up 4 there. Richard Sohera playing 4 innings, picking up 8 wickets at an economy of 3.69 and an average of 6, but missing in this business end of the tournament. Was also away with the likes of Owidi and Mukisa for the under 19 high performance tournament. Right off the bat there for Mustafa Mutwalibi, and they will pick up 2 with that fumble there. And that is all they needed to do. Opportunity missed there for a hat-trick to Jovan Komagum, but he picks up 2 wickets there. Has conceded 12 so far in his 51 for 3 after 9. 76 runs required in 66 balls. Not an impossible task at this moment in time for Mt.Meru. If they can still find the singles, punish the bad balls, and with some extras, you can be on top of the required rate. Just 6.91, almost creeping to the 7 runs mark. Augustine Mujuni looking to continue. Good spell so far as well. Yet to pick up a wicket, but conceding 11 in his 2. The extras have been plenty so far, and at the start of this morning, 1,008 extras, quite a lot, over the 30 matches and 60 innings that have been played. 6,278 runs were the total number of runs scored in that double round robin phase. But right now into the business end, 126 runs on board for Mt.Kilimanjaro, who won the toss and elected to bat. We're in a spot of bother within the power play, 4 wickets falling, but good work with the bat with that man with the ball, Augustine Mujuni. 48 not out, coming in at number 5, and well placed there from Conrad Luwama to get off the mark, keep the scoreboard ticking. Drop and run opportunities available on the leg side. Mid wicket only there, deep fine leg and a very wide long on. The only fielders on the onside. Those will be buys to bring Luwama back on strike there. Non so tidy work from Robert Owidi. Finding the runs there, Conrad Luwama, and you feel that Gale should come in a little bit closer to the bat, cut off that run supply. Makes just a few steps or so, but needed to come a little bit quicker and then try and put third man quite wider there. Quick running. And it is a run out there for Mustafa Mutwalibi, called by Conrad Luwama to try and steal that single. Luwama down on his haunches there, not believing what he has just done. Good pick up there, thrown underarm. Well done by Mujuni. The man nowhere near the frame. The umpire, good eyes as always. And another one bites the dust for Mt.Meru. 73 runs required in 62 balls. 54 for the loss of 4. well placed there. And you feel that Mutwalibi as well made that start, but by the time that bat is coming down for the lanky man, the bails have been dislodged, and it is a pain for Meru in their quest to march into the finals. And in international news, we had the Royal Challengers Bengaluru winning the IPL and unbeaten 75 from the King Virat Kohli, seeing them across the line against the Gujarati Titans. Put up a fight, but that run chase was right out of the Bollywood scripts. And while I was waffling off, Conrad Lubwama playing that delicate pull shot to pick up boundary maximum there. That ball went beyond the ropes there. Dot ball brings up the close of the over at the halfway stage of the run chase with 10 completed, 60 for the loss of 4, run rate of 6 or 7 runs required in the remaining 60 balls. Workable and still within reach for Mt.Meru. This is the playoffs for the East African T20 Challenge 2026, brought to you by our premier sponsors Dafabet, Mukono Cricket Community as organizers, Deep End Sports Media, and I know you are watching on their YouTube channel, Deep End Sports TV, streaming and broadcasting partners. Even Mondays are days for cricket in this part of the world. Well placed down the ground, but some fielding from Jovan Komagum. Picked up 2 there. Another flighted ball finds the gap. Kato Vincent coming into partner Conrad Lubwama. Vincent has been tried everywhere, from opening the bat to coming in the middle and also down the lower order. That ball finding some bounce from Jovan Komagum to trouble Conrad Lubwama. They don't run off that opportunity. Swing and a miss there from Lubwama to that ball that keeps low, looking for that boundary they require per over to keep within the required rate. The sun taking a short break so far, and with the wind blowing, some relief to the fielders, and good work from the man coming in from cow corner to keep that to 2, putting up POM figures so far and performances. Final ball of the over goes inside out this time round, finds the gap, and that will be a boundary maximum. Conrad Lubwama not missing out on that one. 69 for the loss of 4 after 11 overs. And Mount Kilimanjaro have to quickly get rid of Conrad Lubwama, now into his 30s, 32 in 32, started tentatively, but now finding his range. It is not yet over until the fat lady sings, and if Lubwama has anything to do with it, he will want victory to go in the favor of Mt.Meru. Good running there, trying to go for the direct hit, missed by Peter Ochen, realizing Lubwama that he needs to hog most of the strike and get the required 6 runs per over. Off to a good start off this, the final over of Augustine Mujuni, yet to pick up a wicket, has conceded 20.
Lubwama knows that most of the responsibility is onto him, and now he works one backward of the square, rotating the strike very nicely and picking up the run. 71 runs now on board, current run at 6, required 6 as well. But Conrad Lubwama knows that he needs to keep motoring on to pick the remaining 56 runs from 52 balls if they'll pick up the victory.
And now an improvement in the running, that you see even when they take the first run it is quick, and they will take a few steps to try and wait for enemy's field, and that is an opportunity dropped by Haddad Kiberu, but call that a very good stop because miss him and it is going straight to the boundary. So a 50-50 there.
Yeah, but clearly it was a chance that I needed to take. Wickets falling around Conrad Lubwama, but you need to make sure that you keep taking the chances to keep him on pressure. Alignment, that's up in the air, waiting fielder, and Haddad Chiberu takes the catch. Conrad Lubwama's innings will come to an end, a little into the surface, trying to get onto its bounce, but he manages elevation and caught at bowled. 50th one goes for Mt.Meru, but still work to be done for the team chasing.
Lubwama having to depart there, trying to take on Mujuni, will depart for 33 in 33. Wasted no balls, you would feel, but he would feel that he was starting to get into his groove, but a caught and bowled opportunity there by Mujuni, presenting player of match performances so far. Carried his bat with his 48, now picking up his first wicket in his last over, has taken 2 catches so far, so in there with a shout, but not to lose heart for Mt.Meru. All they need to do now is try and gauge how matched they are to Mount Kilimanjaro. They might lose this contest, but they will have that opportunity to make amends, so try and do the good things well in this encounter. Yes, it might look to be moving away from you, but never say never, so keep working at it.
And the wicket they have taken was really a praise one. A man who was already in the 30s, Conrad Lubwama, who was fending the runs, one of the dangerous batters in that Mt.Meru outfit. And when you take his wicket, you get some bit of a breather. 55 more in 50 needed for the win. And Matovu Eric is the new batter who walks on. But a lot of work to be done for Mt.Meru if they had picked up this victory. Kilimanjaro looks to be bouncing back to winning ways and looks to be finding the runs and getting close to making a fit into the finals. 55 in 50. Yesterday the Royal Challengers of Bengaluru defeating the Gujarat Titans to win back-to-back IPL trophies, just their second. And in the history of the IPL, only 3 times have done this. Mumbai Indians, Chennai Super Kings, and now Royal Challengers Bengaluru doing the same yesterday.
And you feel like that now that RCB have won their second on the trot. A sort of dynasty might be building up to follow in the likes of CSK, who have won it over 5 times. But congratulations to RCB. Hard luck to Gujarati Titans. I had a soft spot for Gujarati Titans because of Kagisora Bada, Khan, the bowler, and the wicket keeper for England, Butler.
And when you see the start of their innings yesterday, Sai Sudarasani and his captain Shubman Gill trying to find runs early, but there was a batting collapse of sorts that didn't see them get so many. And in the Indian Premier League, every time you get a total less than 220, it becomes very, very hard to defend. But Virat Kohli is unbeaten 70, 75 to be specific, helping him to carry his bat through and winning it for the Royal Challengers of Bengaluru. He is in the Indian squad which will be playing against Afghanistan in the upcoming ODI series. And now finding the group and finding runs means that by the time that tournament comes, he will be really a player to look out for.
Though the coaching staff will have some concerns, the mid-Dick had to come on, I think twice or thrice in his innings, and also at one point seemingly to be caught by Shubman. But the replay is showing that not all fingers were around that ball to complete the catch. But it is 72 for 5 after 12 overs. Kato and Eric Matovu, both students at St. Cornelius Kalagala, the batting pair for Mt.Meru, and an opportunity for them to show what they can do for their side.
Turn and bounce, and it is a dotty ball. Matov Eric not looking comfortable. Extra cover, Kaokona long on, long off at the boundary, and Jovan Komagom bowling his final over. Somehow lose there from him and hit to square leg. But good working, good fielding there from Opejini Mungu to cut that one off to just a single.
Matov is a strong lad, but struggles with his timing and picking up the line of the ball quickly. Back to the fielder there, not taken, and Vincent will be on his merry way. They need at least 6 runs per over. Now make it 7 with the departure of Lubwama, but still not out of it yet. The wickets column is fine.
Yeah, now what they will need is to do what Eric Matov is trying to do at the moment, trying and look for a boundary to stand a chance of picking up the win. But it is a dotty ball, and what a fine throw there from Jovan Komagom. Just one more delivery remaining in this spell. Picked up 2 wickets for just 24 runs in 3.5 overs, and that is the final ball of his bowling spell, Jovan Komagom. Formerly medium seamer, but ever since he started spinning, he's been doing a lot of good work. A little too full, and it will be a dot ball to end his spell. 13 overs gone. Scoreboard reads 75 for a loss of 5. A very, very big chance of them wrapping up the match. Peter Ochen returning into the attack. 2 more wickets here would clearly see them into the tile. So now it is the time when you go back to your pick bowlers. Long on and long off at 45 yards, extra cover. A wide fine leg and a straighter third man at the boundary. That cross angle from Ochen Peter to pick up the dot ball.
You feel that with Ochen attacking the stumps quite early on, should be able to get rid of the mid order there.
Right into the surface, and not hit away by Kato Vincent. It is another dot ball there for Peter Ochen. The dot ball is creating some bit of pressure here to the Mt.Meru batters. 127 on board. A team that has Conrad Ruama, Eric Mux and Edgar Mdola really had a very big chance of chasing that one down. They bowled well, giving away just 2 runs in the final over of the first innings, but their batting not coming to the party. Now their struggles continuing here at Florida. Apish off the edge of the blade, down to third man and just a single taken.
And you felt that in the first innings they had Kilimanjaro on the ropes with those 4 quick wickets, but not rallying and maintaining the good work. Try and keep them to below 100, but we saw the misfields there, fielders going across the boundary rope with the ball in hand. So try and eliminate those and utilize every opportunity presented, because they certainly did bowl well.
Misfields here and there, giving them the chance. But a fan looking over there from Peter Ochen beats Matov Eric with that pace, and it is the third dot ball in this over. 51 from 38 now is the equation. The gap starting to become very, very big between the number of balls and the runs here at the moment.
And with such bowling on display, all you need is to find that gap. That ball is bowled across your body. Try and find the gap there at slips and gully and get off strike. But nowhere near the pitch of that ball from Eric Matovu, a man who is able to bowl quickly, but now on the back foot with a bat in hand.
Yeah, sometimes when he comes out and plays some 100 innings, but today he's completely failed to come to the party. Right under the watch of Jovan Komagom, they do take the run, and the single brings us to the end of the 14th over. 50 more needed in 36. 77 for 5 is the score after 14.
Both these batters cannot continue to bat the same way. One of them has to be the aggressor, try and find the runs while the other offers company. But Huzaifa Adams having a change in the bowling end will come from the highway end.
The struggles of Huzaifa might not be because of the ends. The issue are around his run up, but he has a very good chance of now bowling because he's bowling to the middle order. He should be looking at improving his spell. His first over, not a good one. Look at the runs that he conceded in the first over were 6, but many of these being faults in his bowling approach.
Certainly so, Ivan. It is not a matter of ends, but something to do with his run up, how he measures it and how he comes through into the crease. Starts off with a very good line there. Thick inside edge there, and that will be that for Eric Matovu, trying to create room, moving on the beyond the leg side. Sneaks into Robert Owiri to complete the catch.
It was really time for him to show some bit of urgency. But good work there behind the wickets. Picking up that wicket, you look at, he tried to create room and it was just a feather. Not stepping close to the ball, stepping away, and the hanging blade there from Matovu Eric. And it is the 60th wicket that goes. The change in the attack to bring in some spinners here was supposed to give them some bit of a wicket, and now they will be happy because they have gotten rid of Matovu Eric. 77 for 6 now.
While some of the batters have stuck to the crease there, minor scoring has increased the pressure upon Mt.Meru, and with Matovu trying to show some urgency, feathers down, one down to the wicket-keeper Robert Owiri, and the 6th wicket falls now right into the tail for Mt.Kilimanjaro. 77 for 6 after 14.2. Huzaifa Adam picking up a wicket in his second over, has conceded 6 so far. New man in his Nasul Damadi. Right into the surface there from Huzaifa, brimming full of confidence. One for the over indicated by umpire Hope Tandeka, standing with Elizabeth Nachibule. And the ladies have come to the fore throughout the tournament. Misfield there, and they will pick up a double for Nasul Damadi to get on off the mark there. 48 runs required in 32 balls, and if they could find an over to target, then they will bring themselves back into the equation. It is not yet over for Mt.Meru. Nowhere near the line of that ball. Damadi Nasur facing his Push Academy alumni in Huzaifa Adam. Good pick up there, and that should go all the way. 6 runs by Nasul Damadi there, bringing some fire into the innings. That ball angling in, helping it on the way, and the wind carries it all the way above the ropes. Good shot there for Nasul Damadi. 42 runs now required in 30 balls. Current run rate being 5.67. Required is 8.40. But this match is far from over. It will be Peter Ochen to come from the forest end, angling that ball across the batter there. Needing to put bat to ball to find that gap there in slips and gully, and you will be off the mark. All drop and run to one dropped at mid wicket. The point is to get some runs in the over. Thick outside edge there, not collected by the wicket keeper, going way above his outstretched arm, and Vincent gets off the mark there. Will bring Damadi on strike. Keep working and rotating strike. Better from Damadi, but guilty of pushing to that ball instead of offering a dead bat, and that ball will fall just in front of him and they can scamper off. The wicket keeper is quite a distance away and the bowler is still also away. One for the over there. Ochen bowling it fast, wide and hard into the surface to extract that bounce. Swing and a miss there from Damadi, and it will be another dot ball. 3 dot balls on the trot, 4 in the over, with just that single coming off that top edge above the wicket keeper, and one more ball to complete the spell for Peter Ochen. Has picked up one so far, conceded 16. No ball indicated there, and it will be an opportunity to swing the arms. That should be a foot fault from Ochen, and the free hit indicated by the umpire. Ochen trying to show the umpire where he thinks his foot landed, but the umpire with the clearest of views in that instance. Free hit coming up there for Damadi. Swung there, and they will pick up one for Damadi to remain on strike. Ochen will complete his spell. Picked up one, conceded 18. Miserly figures there. Just an economy of above 4 there for Peter Ochen. And after 16, 88 for the loss of 6 wickets for Mt.Meru, needing 39 runs in 24 balls. Some lasty blows will show them draw closer and closer to that total.
More four overs remaining in this innings, and Adam Muzaifa, he has so bowled 2 and conceded 14, picked up 1 wicket. Now he returns to bowl the 17th over. Bounce into the surface, and Nasuru Damadi backing back onto that one. Good lines, good area there from Adam Muzaifa. Another good line and length there from Adam Muzaifa, and another dot ball. Good start to the 17th over. 2 dot balls to start this over. Nasol Damadi not finding his hitting range. The current run rate is 5 and the required is 10. Still work to do there by the batters of Mt.Meru if they have chased down the target. Not moving close to that ball, and it is another dot ball there. Muzaifa Adam has been adjusting very, very well. Bowling some into the surface, bowling others away from him, but he's kept on picking up the dot balls. Now he reverse swings one and picks up another dot ball. 4 dot balls there on trot for Adam Muzaifa in this 17th over. It is the 5th dot ball for Muzaifa Adams in this over. One more for him to complete a maiden, and you feel that the lights are now dimming further for Mt.Meru. Daniel Muhumza, Conrad Rama will all be outside hitching and thinking that if they had stuck in, maybe they stood a chance. Across the line, and it is a dot ball. Maiden over there from Adam Muzaifa bring us the end of number 17. 88 for 6 is the score. More 39 needed in 18 balls. Okwalinga Collins will be coming to bowl the 18th over. He has so far bowled 2 overs and conceded 7. Apish, but they will take the single. Somebody thought that one, and Vincent Kato manages an edge down to 3rd man to pick up another single. Collins Okwalinga not using a very, very long run up. He's using a shorter one, but he's just making sure that he keeps doing the simple work with ease. What a display here in terms of bowling for Mount Kilimanjaro. A win will mean that they have sealed a spot in the finals. Nearly hit to the covers fielder. There is a run-out chance. But Chimeru Haddadi has been the sloppiest of all the fielders of Mount Kilimanjaro. Another run taken right under his watch. Ani happy Collins Okwalinga. But experience, he will not stick on that for so long. But he knows that was a clear opportunity of a catch which wasn't taken, and the run out as well not being taken. Slices one to covers, and it is a dotty ball. Another single is taken, and the singles will not hurt Mount Kilimanjaro. 36 more needed in 14 balls for victory. Unless Mt.Meru can get out of the blocks, but the current passage of play does not give them a chance of picking up the win. Upish, there is a fielder. Haddadi Chimeru has been dropping down many, not getting that one running backwards. And a double taken by Mt.Meru. It was a hard chance. And Haddadi Chimeru has not been the best among all the fielders, trying to dive backwards but not getting hold onto it. One more to play in the over. The wicketkeeper does a mess of it, and they do take a bio run. Bring us to the end of over number 18. 94 for a loss of 6 is the score after 18 overs, and 2 more to play in this innings. Adam Muzaifa to bowl the 19th over. Hit up in the air. There is a fielder. And Austin Bujuni, some good at special there from him, as he does hold onto that opportunity, giving Adam Muzaifa the 2nd wicket and giving his side the 7th wicket. Nasul Damadi lost his anger and tried to go hard in this over, but he picks up the waiting fielder at cow corner, Austin Mujuni, who takes the catch. The ball a little angling in, and the shot was on but not hit all the way. 7th wicket goes, and 94 for 7 is the score. thick edge. And well taken there by the wicket keeper. The batter comes and the batter goes in a flash. Back wickets there for Adam Uzaifa. Good work there from the wicket keeper. The agility, diving sideways and getting hold onto the opportunity. A thick feather there angling away. Look at the work there from the wicket keeper, diving and making sure that he gets that catch. 8 wickets have now fallen, and Adam Uzaifa has come at the back end of the innings. Muaga Arthur will go without disturbing the scorers. And Mt.Meru will lose the 8th wicket. 94 for a loss of 8 is what they do have on board. Current run rate 5.13 and required 19. 33 more runs to get in 10 balls if they had pick up the win. Just 2 more wickets here for Kilimanjaro Mountain to pick. Still a spot in the finals. Even though Meru loses this game, they have a chance of redemption because they will be in the qualifier tomorrow morning, waiting to play whoever will win between Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Karisimbi. So it's not all over for them. Darren Sempala is the new batter in. And it is a hat-trick ball there coming in from Adam Uzaifa. There is a run-out chance, but not good work there from Uzaifa Adams. The throw a little poor there from Kagera Raymond. And the run-out not taken. It is a dot ball. No ball called by the umpire. An overstepping one. Darren Sempala trying to align that one and the ball going on to hit his shoulder. And he will receive some bit of medical attention. A little into the surface, wanted to drive it through the line, missed it, and the ball going on to hit his shoulder. There is an injury break as you view some bit of the highlights there for this game.
Some injections there that will not be appreciated by the batter there from Adam Huzaifa. Sempala having to retire hard there, but the Nobles brings a free hit with it, which will now be faced by the new batter. Opportunity for the new batter to swing his arms immediately. "32 runs in 8 balls is the equation. We'll add another extra to the total there. And the free hit is yet to be bowled into the tail end now of this innings. And this first qualifier, Mount Kilimanjaro looking right on top of this one. The left-hander posing problems to Adam Huzaifa, unable to find that line. The new man in is Kato Timothy to join Kato Vincent. Huzaifa changes bowling side to come right arm round. Swing and a miss there, and it will be a dot ball. Good spell so far from Huzaifa to clean up the tail. Started off with back-to-back wickets there in the first 2 balls. That dot ball will complete the spell for Huzaifa Adams. Figures of 3 for 17. An economy of just above 4 there. Matovu Timothy, not Kato Timothy, I beg your pardon, is a new man. First 2 balls yet to get off the mark. Kato Vincent, 9 in 14. 30 runs required in 6 balls. Not yet in the impossible range. Collins Osio Kalinga will administer the last rites to this match. Kilimanjaro winning the toss, electing to bat first, posting 126, coming out and defending that score with everything they've got. 6 balls away from victory, which will see them into the finals, unable to go finer and go beyond the keeper there of the first ball. Another swing and a miss there. Sometimes all it takes is mental aptitudeness from the side, opportunity to run out, and it is missed by Peter Chen, the non-striker, out of his ground there, trying to put some late drama to this contest. The victory now within the firm grasp of Mount Kilimanjaro. And the way they started this tournament, you saw that they were candidates for that. Katowice going over covers to pick up a single there. Required being 30. Make that 29 runs in the remaining 2 balls. $98 for 8. Try and achieve the 3-figure score for Mt.Meru there, and it will be some kind of moral victory, but it is a swing and a miss. The form of the batter all over the place, seeing the ball which is bowled way beyond down the track and just swinging and hoping for the best. Final balls of this contest. Collins Okalinga, a wicket will do well to improve his, and Peter Ochen unable to chip in that dive, and he will finish with figures of 13 runs conceded and no wicket picked up in his allotted 4. Mt.Meru stuck at 98 for 8 in the allotted 20 overs, 29 runs short of victory, and Kilimanjaro will majestically march into the finals, where they will await the winners between the remaining 3 sides. Mt.Meru have another bite at the cherry as they will play the winners of the eliminator that is coming out in the afternoon between Mount Renzori and Mount Karisimbi. Match summary will see Augustine Mujuni 48 in 47, Raymond Kagera 21 in 28, Kwalinga 12 runs there. Mustafa Mutwali be doing the damage for Meru 2 in 18, Matovu 2 for 11 in 4, and Eric Mukisa 2 for 38. Conrad Lubwama, the lone resistance there for Meru, 33 in 34, Mukisa 18 in 24, Nasul Damadi 12. But Adam Huzaifa, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 17 in 4. Jovan Komagum 2 for 24 in 4. Peter Chen also picking up a wicket. Kilimanjaro winning by 28 runs. Coming your way will be the post-match presentation with Ivan Cyprian Sajabi. My name is Solomon Lubwama Chigozi, and keep it at deep end there.
presentation of the qualifier 1 of the East African Safari, a clash between Mt.Meru and Mount Kilimanjaro, and Kilimanjaro coming out on top by 28 runs. But let me invite Eric Mukisa, the captain for Mt.Meru. A batting collapse for your team. What do you make of the performance?
Yeah, I think according to our plan, the score that we projected was one that was set, but I think we fell short of the batting partnerships in there. So I think that's where we lost it from, but I think we should come back better next time.
A big chance for you guys tomorrow. You will be playing in the qualifier 2. Whoever will have won between Kilimanjaro and Renzori. What do you hope to improve as you go into that game?
Yeah, I think this is another chance for us to show up. And I think tomorrow we shall come and bat better, because we've had the chance to look at the wicket and assess it. Then tomorrow we shall come and play the finest cricket our team can actually play. Then we see ourselves getting into the finals.
All the best and go well.
Thank you.
And now let me meet Robert Owili, the captain for Kilimanjaro. Robert, congratulations upon picking up the win. What was it like in terms of bowling for your side?
Thank you. At first, my team came in, and at first the top order batsmen came in, top order collapsed quick, and then the mid order came in and stood up for us. That's why we managed to set 127, of which we came back with winning mentality in the second innings and managed to defend.
You're already into the finals. What should we hope that Kilimanjaro can do if they are to clinch this championship?
We will still move on with the winning mentality till the finals.
All the best and go well. And now the man who takes the player of match squad, 48 runs, picked up a single wicket in his bowling, but 2 catches for Austin Mujina. To give out the award is Hope Tandeka, the match umpire. Congratulations, Austin. What was it like in terms of batting for you?
In terms of batting, just according to the situation, they first got all opening batsmen, so I had to the game again, the pressure as well.
You guys are already into the finals. What should we expect from Mount Kilimanjaro tomorrow afternoon?
A big fight again.
All the best and go well.
Thank you, thank you.
As we come to the end of the post-match presentation of the first game, there is an eliminator between Mount Karisimbi and Mount Rensori, which will be coming to you shortly. So make sure you keep it deep in Sports Media.